Hey Nemo, thanks dude. Hope you have a great day. I think that might fix it. Only one way to find out. And that is to not compile with YYC. Springtime, so what are the days? We're getting longer as we move towards the summer, I guess so. I don't know. Maybe this only starts happening as we start moving into autumn. The days are getting shorter. It didn't happen there. I'm gonna have to change the season to find out. Where is that? Oh. Days. I don't know. I mean, if days are getting shorter, then what, the sunrise is getting later? I think so. I don't know. That last playthrough though, it was summertime. We never made it to autumn, I don't think. But it was still happening, so I have a feeling it's probably fixed. So basically I think what was happening is like they wake up at sunrise plus some randomization, but then because it's a new day, the sunrise for the new day changes slightly, because the day is either getting slightly longer or slightly shorter depending on the time of year. And then they would be like, oh, it's not sunrise yet, actually, we should go back to bed. And then it would be sunrise again, and they would wake up again. So now, because there's a flag when it's nighttime that gets set at sunset and then gets unflagged at sunrise, but then the new sunrise time gets set. So I only allow them to go to sleep if nighttime is true and the time of day is earlier than sunrise. It seems to be working, because even though the time of sunrise changes, it's not nighttime. I'm still performing that check. So that they will sleep before sunrise, but nighttime also has to be true. Is that necessary, or could it... Well, I think... Is that necessary? To check both of those things? Necessary? Knew a guy in college, I don't know what he was referencing, but every time he would say necessary, he would say, necessary? Is it necessary to drink my own urine? No, but it's refreshing and I like the taste, or something like that. He would also say, how now, brown cow, a lot. Don't know where he got those things from. Oh yeah, because if we just do this or night equals true, then they would go to sleep immediately upon sunset, because night equals true as soon as the sun sets. So this gets them to still go to sleep at the right time in the evening, as in with the slight randomization, so within an hour of sunset. And then this gets them to wake up well, actually, what this actually does is it tells them to go to sleep if it's before sunrise, but only if it's still nighttime, technically, because it could. I don't know, it fixed it, but I'm kind of confused as to how any of this even works. Oh, because that happens on sunrise. It happens on sunrise. Oh yeah, so I was thinking like a new day would start at midnight, right? But technically, new day starts at sunrise. That's when we kind of like make the adjustments for the new day. So when the sun rises in the morning and then we set the new time of sunrise, that would be for the next day, the next morning. It's a little bit confusing, but hey, it works. That's one bug down, and we've got one to go, and then a little bit of polish that I want to do. Put that on the list of bug fixes. I have nearly 4 pages of bug fixes now, because it's been so long since I've released any patch notes, which I guess I'll be releasing those along with this build, perhaps at the end of the day today. I should really go over them and make sure kind of all the important stuff is in there. I don't put everything in the patch notes. I put the important stuff in there though, if I can. It's just not in there. We're just not doing it. That's why it doesn't work. Okay. Well, shit. What the hell is this? Oh, right. Yep. Okay. And wolf conditions. So I guess I can just grab this stuff from here. What the hell is this? Engaged, arrived. We don't do that. Okay, I'm going to remove it now. So it's just this part. Let's reformat this. Especially if I'm going to be duplicating it. Yeah. Finally committed to just reformatting stuff when I see it. For the most part. If it's too much, then I think, oh, it's going to take too long and I'm in the middle of something else, you know. But I'm gradually reformatting things. Huh. this one as well. Chain pounce. And do the same for this one. Totally sweet, me guys. So, that kind of explains it, doesn't it? If you don't actually do this, it's not going to happen. So, everything from here to here. Does the other one have the provoking stuff in there? I don't think so. What about stealth? Are they not supposed to leave stealth at this point? Moments where I realize everything's broken, isn't it? State name, movement mode, stealth, target, action timer. It's an interesting thing that I'm realizing is like there's almost no room for imperfection in society, but many people's lives are very, far from perfect. A lot of terrible stuff happens to a lot of people, and then they kind of get excluded because people assume there's something wrong with them, or that they're bad people or something. But it's just like they just kind of just got unlucky, really. They just went through some shit, you know. I think it would be really beneficial if we could be a bit more understanding. See, target doesn't actually need to change here because they're already targeting it. But they are supposed to exit stealth, I believe. Does this target need to be updated? I mean, if everything's gone correctly, well, is there a range check on this? I don't think there is. I think I wound up stripping it out eventually, which is a little bit odd if they do ever get separated. That one, and then I'm guessing if I forgot to add this into here, then I've probably forgotten to do it in a few other places as well, or some of the other creatures maybe. Let's have a look. Oh, no, there it is. There it is. But what about, again here, that they're not being removed from stealth. I don't think the state name is being updated either. Pouncing, movement mode, stealth, target, action timer. Oh boy. This one doesn't have the provoking code because foxes will never actually attack something that can be provoked, but still think it should be in there just because this code will be reused one day for something that could possibly attack something that could be provoked. I'm trying to build these 6 animals, these 6 creatures, as kind of the 6 major archetypes that all of the other creatures in the game will be based off of, so in that sense I'm trying to make this stuff reusable. I feel like something's missing from this. Well, it's once again it's missing the provocation stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There would normally be 6, including targeting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's it missing? State name. There's no... oh god, what? There's no state names for any of these. Oh boy. Well, it's fine, because it's not something we actually display, and we probably never will display that stuff. That's something we'll only really display for the humans. It can actually be useful for debugging at times. But it's not going to be in the final game. So actually... all of that stuff will need to be stripped out at some point, because all it's doing right now is slowing things down for no reason. used to be that stealth was constantly set to 0 whenever they were in the idle state, and I changed that so that stealth gets set when they change state. When they change state, so that we're just not doing it constantly for no reason, but it does mean that I have to set it every time they change state for every state they could possibly change into. Which is not great, but it is more performant to do it that way, of course. Something else that I realized recently is that rather than the humans constantly checking if they're injured and adding themselves to the injured humans list or the heal list if they are injured, they should only really add themselves to that list when they take damage, because then they're not constantly checking. So that would be something I need to do eventually. It's a minor optimization, but an optimization nonetheless. Basically, you can guarantee whenever a human takes damage, it should be added to the global heal list. So the only time that they wouldn't be added to that list would be is if they have divine protection when they get attacked. So it's as simple as whenever somebody attacks a human, if divine protection is false, add them to that list. The moose is still running on the old provocation code. Huh. Nothing should be running on that code anymore. Really? This one doesn't have it because I suppose it can't actually attack something that isn't already provoked, unless it's a human and they don't get provoked. I suppose this just needs to be removed. Yeah. Jesus Christ, wow, okay. Switch target, interrupts. What is this? More interrupts. More interrupts. Holy moly. Okay. Well, at least it got a little bit better when I made this function yesterday. Otherwise there would be even more code in here. Okay, what was that? Oh, the chain pouncing. It wasn't that it was bugged, it's just that we weren't even doing it in the first place. Which I suppose is a bug. But it should be fine now, in the sense that we actually run that code when we're supposed to. Can they move? I forget. Can they move directly from fleeing back to attacking? I don't think that's a thing, is it? No. 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 The main thing is to get them to, like, run away far enough. It's sort of to avoid them looping, because, like, they could be attacking and then, you know, they're outnumbered or whatever, so they run away. As soon as they get, like, just far enough out of range from, like, one of them, then they don't think they're outnumbered anymore, so they turn back to attack again, and they would just kind of be looping. So they just sort of, like, once they've started running, it's like they're just gonna run until they get away and then kind of reset. Okay, so that's 2 bugs down and none to go. But I want to do a little bit of polishing to the UI. One thing that is quite important is that the ungifted humans don't say that they have a gift of -4. It should actually say ungifted, because that makes sense to the player, hopefully. Whereas -4 is just a confusing number. It's just because I know that that means no one, that it makes sense to me. Gift. So, this will need to be a little bit different. They have no gift. Else. There we go. So it should say ungifted for ungifted humans, or the name of the gift for gifted humans. Ungifted. Carpenter. Ungifted. Worshipper. There we go. Okay, that's good, that's good. So I was thinking about it, and I feel like whilst I don't want going through the portal to reset their hunger and thirst, they probably should still try to reach the new camp instead of like wandering off to get a drink from a stream or something. They're still kind of in this migration process, which means that they probably need like a new sort of state. Probably need to be kind of flagged as migrating, and until they've actually reached the new camp, they just make that their primary objective. It could have some issues with them potentially dying because they aren't taking care of their needs, they're just trying to reach the camp. So one has to wonder if it's a good idea exactly. You could have them like, well, that would be exactly the same, wouldn't it? Temperature right today. I think it would be as simple as putting them into like a migrating state that can only really be interrupted by combat. That just kind of makes them want to walk to the new camp. It's a modified version of the wandering state, which is currently the nice thing about it, well, I suppose other than them being stacked, that is a little bit problematic. The nice thing about the wandering behavior is that it's slightly randomized, so that they sort of set off, they're kind of staggered, so they don't all set off at the same time. Otherwise you have like a single stack of 30 humans all kind of moving as one, which is a bit strange. You know what you could do is like, you could spawn them in one by one. A lot of extra work. It was getting very complicated. You could have them like emerge from the portal on the other side one by one. The problem with that is then you would have to do some additional kind of animation where the portal appears to be open as they're emerging from it, and then it closes behind them, and you would have to kind of disable the interactivity of that portal perhaps until they all had emerged from it. Well, not necessarily, or you would at least need to, you know, take that into consideration if you were to reactivate the return portal before they had all emerged from it. You need to make sure that all of the humans still return to the previous level. I mean, the thing is, you could potentially have a human who is like right on the verge of dying from dehydration or something, and then they're going to migrate to the new camp instead of drinking and wind up dying. And it's sort of, it's inconsistent with how they would normally behave, which makes it very unpredictable to the player, and that would be quite punishing. Really, well, they'd be punished for nothing. They haven't done anything wrong, so it would be confusing and punishing. But at the same time, I really feel like the humans should try to migrate to the new camp. Which is obviously why I made that decision to refill their hunger and thirst upon entering the, well, exiting the portal, really, in the first place. I mean, I think ultimately that's what you would want to do, is have them emerge from the portal one by one, like that. It does complicate things considerably. I suppose it's not too difficult to get them to emerge from the portal in the same order that they entered the portal, because we have them on a list, so we have the order, actually. We can just go from the top of the list. That's not too difficult. I think that might be a good first step, is kind of spawning them in sort of one by one in the order that they entered the portal. obviously they won't. It will just be some set amount of time in between each one. It won't be this necessarily, because some of them might have gone in at the same time, and then there was a pause. You know, a few of them went in, then there was a pause, and then a few more went in. They won't kind of emerge in exactly the same, with like exactly the same timing that they entered the portal with. But I still think that's quite a strong visual. Seeing them all stepping out of the portal one by one would be pretty cool. And it would really have that like continuity between levels. I think the first step is modifying the relocation script then. There it is. Right, so if it's a new game, then it just like spawns them in camp. Well, don't they spawn in camp to begin with? What is this? What is this? I guess. I don't know. Need some kind of a timer. Wait. With... Oh, I'm just doing a with object human, I see. Okay. Set tick. I think I would put, so we can do a with object human, instance activate the object or instance to activate. Okay, so we're not going to activate all of the humans at once like that, so that's gonna go in here. So we'll do this with, and then all of this stuff, I'm going to move it outside of the with. Why is it like that? Why are you like this? There we go. And we're actually going to loop through the list. I think it's called like the entered humans list or something, because they've entered the portal. Does that list get cleared though? It's no good if that list got cleared when we changed levels. We still need it. Entered humans. Oh, it's not even a list. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh boy. Wait, is it a list? I thought it was a list. Aren't we doing... literally... No. Population is a list. Entered humans is just a number. Great, okay. Thought we had a frickin' list. We do not have a list, so I also have to modify how this works. Okay. It's just because we set inside to true. I think that's the only reason. It's fine. Technically, when they start walking up the portal stairs, they're inside of a construct. That's fine. Just gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back. do that. Need like a timer. I don't know. Divided by, no, multiplied by. I think that needs to be outside of the while loop, doesn't it? Okay. But the new game thing needs to be like outside of this. Gotcha. Okay. Damn it. I shouldn't have, gonna have to abandon that playthrough. I could back up my save file, I guess. If I can... Oh, I think I made a note of the directory because I can never find it. What directory is my save file in? backed up my save file. Alright. Because we need to go through a portal to test this. I should make a save right before we go through the portal or something. What happens if you... Oh, we've got to save and load the entered humans list now. Fuck, saving and loading lists is never good, is it? I believe it can be done, but it requires some extra steps. The instance IDs would actually change, so there's no point saving and loading the list. We need to recreate it. Okay. I can check if they're on the list. this is something where we load a list. Maybe I just make like a new one of these, basically. Sounds about right to me. True. Right. We're gonna have to remove them at that point anyway. Oh, does it matter? Do we just do both? What does it matter? Wait. Yeah, we'll get to that. We're not actually running this code on the human object yet. Keyword all can also be used. Can self be used? Because that's what we want to do. So that'll just put them back on the entered humans list if they were on the entered humans list when you saved the game. I'm seeing the problem now. If you save and load the game before they've all exited the portal on the other side, what the hell is that gonna do? Because before, you would load into the new level and they would all just instantly be reactivated and they would appear there. But it's like, well, this this function only gets called once, and then it does this loop, right? But if you were to save and load, I don't think it would get called again, so it would break the game. So it's possible that the humans need to be loaded in instantly, but in some kind of a state where they do the behavior that we want them to do. Forget where I even do this. Loader. Oh, right. Yeah. So it only happens once when you like load a new level. It's not going to happen again if you save and load. So the humans need like a new state called like exit portal, in which we just put them in that state and then they do the behavior that we want in that state. And then they'll have this other state that we're thinking of adding called like migration. So we've got Exodus, Stasis, exit portal, and then migration. Name my states. I can't remember anymore. I think that's... Oh, one second. fuck am I looking at? Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, so this... Okay. I mean, it's strange. They never have been deactivated in the first place if it was a new game, I suppose. We could do the positioning in here, I suppose. Actually. And we'll adjust these later. Better set their action timer just in case, I suppose. I'm sure it'll be fine, but... Actually, I mean, no, there shouldn't be any reason to. I hope not. That's not... Usually I count up with the action timer. I know it's strange. Kind of did my timers backwards for some reason, where I'd count up to a certain value instead of counting down from a certain amount of time to 0. It's a little bit of an odd way of doing things. Do idle for now, but we're gonna probably add a new state. Is that everything? What else? So... Well, we need to save and load this new state that we've just created. Right. Okay. Let's see what that does. go. Okay, so they appear 1 per second. It should be like half that time. It's too slow right now. But they reappear in the order that they entered the portal. They are all being scared by this moose right now. They got lucky with the stream being right there, I suppose. Now they're being attacked by the moose. They did not get lucky at all. Now I want to load my previous save though. So I need to kind of, well, there's a couple of things we can... This has already been working for a while. I think if I save and load like midway through them entering the portal, I'm pretty sure that all works fine. Hopefully that still works fine. Although that is pretty fucking bugged. Oh, okay, that's not fine. That's definitely not fine. What the fuck? Oh boy. Interesting. Yeah, that really fucks it up. Whoa, what? If I try and load that save now, it's going to the loading screen. I don't really know what happened there. They don't get added into the entered humans list until they're in position, till they're like in the portal, I suppose. There's something with like global entered humans somewhere that I forgot to change, or... Oh fuck. Yeah, we don't actually want to... We just don't save and load that. Right. The list gets recreated. Does it though? Does it? I mean... We don't want to be doing that, but what do we want to be doing? Yeah, okay, yeah. It probably was that. Oh boy, let's try that again. Exactly what that would do. Can't really see what else it would be right now. somewhat unintentionally, the way that clicking on them is like registered makes it easy to click on them even when you're zoomed all the way out. Trying to do, but okay, we're all good. Group them up a bit. So first of all, let's try saving and loading before any of them enter the portal. Seems good. They do have the problem where they fall off the stairs. Well, they used to, now it seems to have gotten even weirder. I don't really know what's going on. So we'll save after a few of them have entered. We'll try loading. Oh boy. Okay, a bit weird, but didn't totally freak out this time, so that's good. Let's save again one more time. Try loading one more time before they go through. Yeah, it's a little bit jank, but oh, who are we waiting on? Oh, there's still one more group of worshippers here. Saving, loading. Okay, let's see what happens on the other side, and also what happens if I save and load in the middle of this process of them, like... Well, that's the thing, right? They're on that entered... I don't think entered gets set back to false until they get removed from the entered humans list. Hopefully that's how it works. That's what we want, and then they would get added back to that list if I save and load before... Well, if I save... But no, if I load... Oh. Okay, I thought they were invisible for a second. Where the hell are they appearing from? What the... I don't know what's going on. So probably... I don't know what's happening. Oh my god, they're going in the ocean. Okay, this is interesting. Wow, okay. What? So... Right. Okay, because when they're in... So it's similar to stasis. We need to make sure that they can't be attacked or anything whilst they're inside of this exit portal state. Right. Okay. Then again, I would have thought that they would technically still be classed as inside, which would mean they couldn't be attacked anyway. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Because, see, they can't be, they can only do the combat interrupt if they're not in stasis. And then if we look at it on the other side, like the animals can't attack them essentially, or can't even really perceive them if they're in stasis, then we need that to be true of this new state as well. Actually, there's nothing to do with stasis on there, but they shouldn't be able to perceive them if they're... So I think it's rather, it's not the animals that are the problem, it's the humans running away from the animals, even though they're in this state. Which is causing them to leave this state. I'm assuming they're reappearing just because, like, there's something in the idle state that resets their image alpha? Maybe? Which there shouldn't be. I don't know what's resetting their image alpha. Again, it's one of those things where we don't want to be constantly setting their image alpha in the idle state. We just want to set it when it needs to change. Like when they leave a tent or something. Okay, so now they can't be combat interrupted. I'm not running, so, well, portal exit, I'm going to put them in there because it's tradition. Actually, they're not in stasis, so fuck it, I'm not going to put them in there. The movement stuff was a bit weird, I don't know why. I'm assuming they were trying to, like, run away, but I don't know how they wound up running into the ocean. Actually. You shouldn't be able to do that, of course. That was a bit unusual. Still work? Can I still load my game here and have it load to the next level correctly and everything? That would be pretty sweet. Ooh, promising, promising. Okay. Where are they going? Like, what? They're appearing over there. Like, what's happening? Do they keep appearing on top of the moose? This is strange. Is there something inside of this script that is messed up? I really don't know what they're doing. Why are they... assuming they must have a target. Maybe I should... Well, they're still using their target here. Perhaps I should clear their target. Target. Oh. What's it called? I don't even know where that is anymore. Relocation. I think we run that in the states themselves, so if we're not in a state that has target relocation, then they're not going to do it. I suppose it is true that we should still clear that target at this point. Oh, that might cause it to freak out, though, because we are still... we could add the if instance exists target thing there, and then it would stop doing anything. Oh, is it? Oh, speed 2. What is that? What is this? So they just have a speed and direction. That would make sense. It looks like the direction that they're traveling in as well. This is just not being reset. That's very strange. So that would mean that actually when they entered the portal, they're actually, I think they're actually invisibly like floating off the top right corner of the screen. Why are we even doing this? What is this? I don't get it. I think it's supposed to be like that, right? And then the speed and direction gets zeroed out there. And then maybe we do like, well, perhaps encapsulate the whole thing inside of a... Once they finally make it into the portal, we clear their target. I think that might be what we're looking for. Then again, it might still be quite balked with that save. I'll make a new one. Hey RSVP, I am... what am I doing? Working on portal technology, like this. Portals. So we want so I'm making it so the humans like emerge from the portal one by one on the other side. And all of the goodness that's involved with making that work without breaking when you like save and load when half of them are still in the portal or something. Thinking about giving them like a new migration state. Because previously I was resetting their hunger and thirst when they went through the portal so that they wouldn't like immediately travel to a stream to try drinking from it, like, because kind of the first thing you want them to do in the new level is travel to the new campsite, right? But also it didn't seem right because it was inconsistent. There was no continuity there. Like why they may have gone into the portal thirsty and come out not thirsty. Like what happened there? So I don't want to do that. So they probably also need some sort of a new behavior, which is like migration, where they try to travel to the new camp. But also we've got to be careful with that because like, if they just totally ignore everything else until they've successfully reached the new camp, depending on what sort of a state they were in when they entered the portal or what happens to them when they exit the portal, they may actually perish before they ever reach that new camp. So it's probably got to be something like the first thing they will attempt to do is migrate to the new campsite, but if they get interrupted by combat, that should probably interrupt that. Maybe they, I don't know, you see, because like if you told them to ignore their thirst until they reach the new campsite, if they enter the portal like severely dehydrated, they might die before they get there. So I'm still debating about that, but I still want this cool behavior of them like all emerging from the portal one by one in the same order that they entered the portal and all that good stuff. And I'll do the inverse of the little animation thing that makes them walk down the stairs because it will look cool. But probably the more challenging part of it would be making the portal sprite, like doing the portal sprite swapping properly, because well, it's going to have to appear like it's open until they've all finished exiting it. It might not be too difficult to say, like, we just disable the use of the portal until... because that's also the thing, you can click on the portal and reactivate it to return to the previous level. The simplest way of doing it is perhaps to just... prevent you from doing that until they've all emerged. Otherwise, you're gonna have some issues there of like getting them all to go back to the previous level, because even though they're still invisible, technically they haven't. They've already left the. Well, it never used to be list-based. Well, they're not on that list anymore. Okay, I mean, it's not too bad. It wouldn't be too difficult to pause it. Yeah, definitely a possibility, but I don't like the sort of inconsistency of that. Like, what you know, what is happening. You can always explain it away, because we have, like, magic in this universe, right? But I don't like the inconsistency of you expect them to behave one way 99% of the time, except for this 1% of the time where it's just different for some reason. It's a tricky one. Go, go, go. Exactly, yeah. We can do anything, but I do like to keep it consistent, as well as keeping it copacetic. So far we're doing... Oh, are they slower than they were before? What, they... Nah, surely they always moved up the stairs with a speed of 2. So right now we can save and load, like, after some of them have already entered the portal, and all of that seems fine. Right now, it's great. Although if I do save and load while some of them are on the portal stairs, they do fall off the stairs. Or it kind of gets janked up, actually. Yeah, it's a bit jank. I don't quite know why it's doing that. And then we load into the next level when the last human enters the portal. And now, hopefully, if I'm doing everything right, they should appear at a rate of 1 per second in the same order that they entered the portal. I'm going to speed it up to like half a second because it's a bit slow right now, but I'm just trying to get it working. Currently they just appear at the bottom of the stairs, whereas we want them to properly sort of animate walking out of the portal. Yeah, okay, it's looking quite good, albeit too slow. Hey Shrimpy, how's it going? So, and where the question is, where the hell are they going now? Oh, they're going to the stream. I thought they were just going to walk into the ocean again. Hopefully. So there is a giant... Luckily, they kind of... Because they wanted to go that stream, they kind of walked around the giant pack of wolves, which I'm almost certain is going to spot them any second. Oh my god. It's all over. Quickly, before the bloodbath ensues. So that's the thing, is like... Obviously, by the time they get there, they're going to be thirsty. And they're gonna want to go to like the stream. Maybe it's fine. Maybe that's just what they should do. You know, they're on this migration. They would surely have to stop for a drink along the way somewhere. They don't do that on the way to the portal in the first place, and that kind of makes sense, really. I mean, they'd probably get there eventually. It would depend on exactly what spawn configuration. They would probably get there eventually. Oh, thanks, Shrimpy. I'm glad you think so. It could potentially be that all of the streams are so far away from the portal that they're traveling to the portal and they get thirsty and they go to the stream and then they go back to the portal but they get thirsty again before they get there, and then they're just stuck in a loop. That's originally why the worshippers had to ignore their needs when unlocking shrines and stuff, because they can be so far away that by the time they get halfway there, they're thirsty again, so they start heading back to camp and they just never get there. So this new migration behavior should probably be the same as Exodus, where they ignore their hunger and thirst and such until they get to the new camp, basically. Oh crap, there's one more thing that I need to test that I forgot. What happens if I save and load the game when only half of them have emerged from the portal so far? It should be fine, I think, but of course we need that to be okay as well, so Thankfully I can load back in here before, like, when half of them have entered the portal. But what happens if I save and load on the other side before they've all exited the portal? Yes, the levels are all procedural. Each time you enter a new biome for the first time, it's procedurally generated, but you can return to the previous levels now as well. They sort of get saved as you go along. So we have, see, we got a different level this time. I'll save and load after a couple of them have emerged and see what happens. Okay, they just stop emerging. That's not good. Oh boy, where have they gone? Presumably they're all just stood here invisibly. I can't interact with them in any way. If they are there. So that's a problem. What's happening there? I wonder. So there's no guarantee the order would stay the same, right? Or is there? Because when you load a save and they get re-added to the entered humans list, they're just going to get added to that list in, like, some order. The order in which they were created, probably, after loading the save. So I'd need to do some extra work to make sure they got loaded back onto the list in the correct order. But I think that's the least of our problems right now. Why are they not reappearing at all? Good question. I don't think there's anything in here that would really have anything to do with that. I mean, this function has already been called, and it's not called again when you load a save. Project like this is a sort of dream game that you want to make. That's cool. Yeah, this is my dream game as well. Breaking all the rules, making my dream game as my first game. RimWorld is your favorite game. Nice. Okay, so what the heck is going on here? We do save and load that new state now, right? I think we do. Exit portal. If state is exit portal, state save equals state exit portal. Nice. We load human states. If state save equals state exit portal, state equals state exit portal. So we're definitely loading them back into the So it probably has something to do with entered human. Oh, okay, something to do with entered humans list. Oh, because the ID is. Wait, no, is it? I think the ID should be the same. That's the whole reason that we had to repopulate that list. I think maybe that, like, maybe I'm setting entered back to false too soon somewhere. Not doing it anywhere in here though. Oh, well, it's set to false by default. Okay. Yeah, but I'm saving and loading it, so... And they persist between levels, so... Entered gets set to true when they first enter the portal. And it doesn't get set back to false until they exit that portal. Let's have a look at the load entered thing. Entered, it's just as simple as... Oh, there's your problem, I guess. Yep. I guess that would be the problem. Gotta remove that from there. Okay, so we load them back onto the list and entered remains true until they exit the portal. Which is right here. Gotcha, okay, we should be good now. Although my save is going to be balked, so I'm going to have to do it again. I think. Is it? Maybe not. Maybe I can load that save. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be working. Let's try again. Whoops. That's not good. Where are they gonna go now? Okay, they did get added back to the correct group. Hey, that's a testament to my previous work. Okay, yeah, it's fine. I thought today would maybe be the last day before I had the build ready for the playtest, and it may still be the last day, but this is an unexpected undertaking. I thought I was just going to fix a couple of bugs and polish the UI a bit, but this is quite drastic. But it's fine. There's still a little while until we're really ready to go. Jonas is almost done with the Steam capsule art now, but he hasn't started on the logo yet, so I'm sure that will take a few days at least. So, yep, Steam playtest in the next couple of weeks here, hopefully. I'm going to be sending out some keys to my little list of volunteers to begin with to get the ball rolling. Unfortunately, I don't have a Steam page yet, so I can't really signpost people in that direction. Nice, nice. I'll be there for it, for sure. But I think at the moment, because it's still quite early in development... because it's still quite early in development, it's kind of good to keep this sort of within the kind of GameMaker community, really, before kind of bringing it to the wider world. I don't know, we'll probably go somewhat outside of the GameMaker community, but it's not like this is a true demo. It's still early days. When I actually have a demo for real, then I'll make that like public and stuff. But that'll probably be quite a ways off still. I'm not sure if, you know, because usually they say don't have a tutorial in a demo, don't put your tutorial in the demo. The demo should just like throw the player into the middle of gameplay and let them experience it, but if you're new to the genre, it can be really confusing and overwhelming. So I'm not sure if perhaps my demo should have the tutorial included, because otherwise it's gonna like totally alienate people who you intend for your demo to be the tutorial. Interesting. Yeah, because I think certain games like an FPS or a platform or something where it's very intuitive and most people are very familiar with them, perhaps it's okay. And generally that's the rule, that's what I've heard, is, you know, just throw them into like the third level or something and just let them experience the game. Otherwise it's like too slow and hand-holdy and they're not going to have the patience for it. They just kind of want to get an idea what the game is about real quick. But whilst that might be great for players who are sort of experienced with the genre, with ColonySIMs, I don't think it's going to go very well for anybody who's not, because generally they just get really confused and then die or something. And for some players that might make them want to like stick it out and like figure out what's going on, try and work things out. But I think for most people that would be off-putting. Okay, yeah, exactly. And I think that's how most people are. I'm more like, I become obsessed with like, you know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it. portal we go. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, hopefully we're gonna be alright, because if we're not, I have no idea what's going on. True. Yeah, there is that, I suppose. Okay, wait for a couple of them to emerge and then save. Obviously it's going to continue working, and then we'll try loading that save. That doesn't seem like all of them to me. Or is it? Are they all just stacked up? I can't really tell. Camp's right there. Wait. Oh, it looks like quite a few of them. I've got my 12 worshippers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 22. That would only, if all 12 worshippers are here, that would only be 22. There's only 9 worshippers here, so no, it's still not working. Yeah, that's what I have right now, and that's off-putting to people when that's the first thing they see as well, so it probably wouldn't be much better. I mean, you don't have to throw it in their face at the very beginning. You could just have the press F1 for help thing right now. If you do decide to, this is not a demo though, it's like a closed beta. But if you do decide to start on Beginner Island, then this is the first thing you see, and the game is paused at the beginning to give you a chance to read it, which it wasn't previously. And it's become a lot more time sensitive with some of the new mechanics now. Okay, I don't know why this is still balked. I'm gonna need to take a leak real quick, and then I'll figure this out, hopefully. I'll be right back. It's tutorials, just suggestions that pop up. Okay. See, I was thinking of doing a scripted tutorial that kind of takes you through the basics in a sort of controlled environment. It won't tell you everything. A lot of stuff will be left to figure out on your own because that's part of the fun of the game. But kind of the essentials. I suppose a useful thing to do would be find out the length of that list. Makes sense. It's 0 for some reason. See, I would have thought the entered flag was still set to true. Hi, Frenchie. Thank you for the resub there. Appreciate that. 5 months and counting. So I think what's happening is they're not being added back onto the entered humans list after loading a save, which would mean that hello there. That flag is probably not true. But why? At the save load system. See, we set it to true here if they're in state stasis and they're on the entered humans list. But it's not getting set back to false again until they exit the portal. So it should still be true. No, this is GML. GameMaker language. Perfectly understandable as to why you might consider it, why you might mistake it for a language that I should actually be using, such as Python. think I just need to go through the sequence of events. We get added to entered humans there. We load into the next level. These guys are emerging just fine. They save and load, so saving. Right? No. Oh, I get it. I think I get it. Do I get it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay. Right. We don't want to set enter to true when you save the game, or maybe we do, but we would also need to set that to true if you saved the game whilst they were in state exit portal. You know, regardless of the states, we could just set entered to true if they're on this list, basically, because either of these states. All the way up, okay. Same as we do with the available worshippers and available carpenters, it makes sense, right? That should fix it, okay. Because they would still be on the entered humans list right until they've exited the portal, right? So I'm doing the power stance again. It's usually the pixel power stance when I'm drawing pixel art. So this save is balked now, so we have to do it again. But it should all be working now. Your other option would be like you could set that variable entered to true when they actually enter the portal. But considering it's only used in save loading, that's actually unnecessary. But it's slightly more efficient to do it this way, I suppose. Is the mic picking up the background music a bit? I don't know, it gets quite bassy at some points. Whoa. Okay. Fifth time's the charm, or whatever this is. Hopefully it's all good now, and then we can, well, I suppose we should implement the migration state next, and then we can polish it once everything's fully functional. But yeah, I think we're just gonna do this, and then I'm gonna have to get something to eat, because It's just hit me. I am real hungry. Well, what am I going to do today? Hamburgers? Maybe I'll throw a sweet potato in the oven. And I'll give it about 20-25 minutes or whatever, and then I'll throw some burgers in the oven. What I'm saying is maybe I'll put something in the oven and do another 30 minutes or so. And then I'll take my lunch break. Here we go! Yeah, the reason the icons disappear from above their head as soon as they oven book. Yeah, that's just how I cook them. It's, I don't know. It's kind of saves on cleaning up for me, really, I guess. I just throw them in the... I've got a sweet potato in the oven anyway, usually, so I just sling them in there. Depth sorting with the tiles? The tiles don't have any depth. Everything just has a depth based on its Y position. Probably would get a better sear if I fried my burgers, but yeah, that means I would have to clean the frying pan, and I already have to do that because I have eggs in the morning. I don't have to clean the frying pan twice a day. That would be ridiculous. It's still bugged. Okay. Fuck. Is this all the humans? Is it bugged, or is it just me? Is it because of the lag spike caused by loading the save? That, how many humans is this? Is this all of them? There's one worshipper there. 5 children. 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. Huh. It might be all of them, to be honest with you. So maybe the problem is... I don't know what the problem is. Looks like a fair few of them. It could be all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That's all of them. Okay, that is so the problem. So the thing is that they're just all reappearing instantly. Thankfully, they're all there, so that's pretty good. We're not losing any of them. But when I load the save, it's like they all just reappear. And I have a feeling it's because of the lag spike caused by loading the save. Maybe. Possibly. And the delta time compensation. And basically, because it takes like a second for them to appear normally, and that time's only going to get shorter. And then it's like, well, it's taken a second for us to load this, to render this frame or whatever because of the lag spike from loading. So it like compensates for that. And then it basically just like respawns them all instantly because that's what it thinks it's supposed to be doing. But it's kind of bad because each time one of them respawns, it gets removed from the list and moves on to the next one, essentially, which then instantly spawns. So it just like clears the list in an instant. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that, to be honest with you. I mean, I could remove the delta time compensation from this one particular thing. Maybe. Because that's... my first thought is like an exploit that's like exploitable for speedrunning to get all the humans to appear quicker at the start of the next level. Just make a save and load. You get them all to appear instantly. Interesting. Well, at least they are all here. That's the main thing. And this, yeah, all I can really do is remove the delta time compensation from that, and then we could see what it does if I do that. And I think I can just load that same save. So if I just remove this bit. Load that save again. Let's see what happens. Now they appear to be gradually appearing one by one still. So it's a delta time compensation thing. Huh. Interesting. So should we just remove it in this case? That would be my guess. That would be my guess. We just remove it. And I want this to actually be half a second, I think. Just for the right sort of pacing. Alright, one final test and then I really got to throw some food in the oven. So now they appear like... I don't know, I don't like it as much actually. Mainly because they sort of set off in groups of two, like it's kind of staggered. I don't know why it's doing that. Just the amount of time that it takes them to figure out where the nearest stream is or something. Oh, it's probably actually the global tick. It kind of looked nicer when it was 1 second. They're still kind of doing it, to be honest with you. It helps a little bit. I think I prefer that. I think I just going on my gut, going with my gut. I prefer that, I think. Okay, alright, okay, I'm gonna go put some food on, because I'll just get sucked back into the code if I don't do it right away. Okay. 30 minutes for the sweet potato, and they'll throw some burgers in there for another 10 minutes or something. Okay, what can we do in that time? So we have the basic functionality of all this stuff. Right, I was saying we should probably focus. We could either polish this bit up, get it so that, oh my god, the difficult part is going to be, I mean, we're going to have to do that either way, so it feels kind of like the right thing to do next is we're going to want the portal to look like it's open until they have exited it. We want to disable its general functionality until they have exited it. God, I still have a headache. 5 days in a row I've had this headache now. I don't know what's going on. I think it's going to be a trip to the doctor's soon. So basically just disable this as long as entered humans is greater than 0 or something like that. Might as well throw that in a temporary variable, I guess. Gotta do that for both of them, because of course I have duplicate code once again. Not sure if it is exactly the same or not. If it is, I could turn it into a function. I could turn it into a function anyway. And then just run slightly different code depending on which instance is calling it. Open true, yes. Wait, what? No, actually I don't need to do this on the exit portal, do I? It doesn't actually make sense. Okay. Then I've got to get the sprite correct. Basically, by default, this is the confusing part, but that's why we change it when, okay. So by default, the portal entrance, the entrance portal, sorry, is now going to want the open portal sprite. And then once this list becomes empty, we set it to closed again. Well, the more efficient way to do that is to to do it in here, actually. So, when we load into the new level, the portal is going to appear to be open, and then when the last human exits the portal, then it will appear to be closed again, and we disable its functionality until they've all exited it. Okay, that's pretty straightforward, actually. Let's see if it works. I think I should be able to load that same save file. There we go, so it appears to be open. The humans are leaving gradually, one by one. And when the last human leaves, it should close again. And if I click on it now, it doesn't do anything. Boom. And now I can click on it and it asks if I want to return to the previous level. Great. That's good. Okay. So I think basically the next move is to get them to look like they're walking down the stairs, which is maybe I should do a path for this actually. Probably. I mean, the way I'm doing it right now is pretty jank. It would be easier if we could just put them onto a pre-made path. I've never used a pre-made path for anything, but it's totally possible. And we might be able to use the same path for both of them and just have them walk it in reverse. Like I say, no idea how this works. Never done it before, but it's got to be better than this hack job that I've done here. Let's see. Paths, there we go. Create path. Can I like load a sprite in here so I can see it? That'd be pretty sweet. I have to guess it's going to be something like that. Also, can I change the size of the grid? Because this is not the size of grid that I use. math is exactly. This is... I make it the same size of grid. Guessing that one's 16 by 16. I have too many windows open. Precision. Closed. What is that? Pretty sure that they path to like this tile here. You can see my cursor. So they need to go like... Not sure how I figure this out. It's a different sized grid. I think they go 10 cells like that. And then from there, that would actually, where would that actually be? I don't know. Yeah, the angle is not quite right, is it? Oh wow. So you can get pretty flexible with it. So we'll definitely be able to get the right angle, but can I make it snap to the grid? Snap. $192, $160. Maybe I can take some measurements or something. I want to go 128 to the right. That doesn't, really? It doesn't look very far on here. Maybe I did the math wrong. I think so. And then I want to go up like... 110. 160. Like that. And then from there, I want to go go 80 to the right. So 128, 208. Oh, I can't edit that. Oh, this is 32 by 32. I thought it was 16. Wait, so this is why this path is too long then. Is it? Because I still went to the right number, so that's just the grid. Okay. 208 is there, but then I need to go up a bit. Need to go up by like 48. Okay. I think that is the path. Okay, that is the path for entering and exiting portals. I don't know what this closed thing does. Tell me about the path editor. Closed. Is there no information about what that does? It's got to be in here somewhere. It's not very easy to find. It should be in this section. Closed path will connect the last point on the path with the first. Gotcha, it's like a loop. I figured that's what it would be, but... Okay, and apparently you can, like... Yeah, you can edit those. Okay, you just have to click in a weird way. You can set the speed. But I sort of, well, I guess I'll just do it. I don't know. I kind of prefer to do that stuff in code. But this path will have like a built-in speed. Like that. And this is, what do we call it? PT for path or something? Path portal. Okay, it's my first time using a pre-made path like this. And then okay. Okay. And then I want to do like path end. So how do you do this? How do you like put them on a pre-made path? Assign index path. Copy the path data from one to another. No. Flip? What's that? All the path points and flips them on. Really? Precision, get X, get the X coordinate of a position. Reverse, yeah, we might need that at some point. Can reverse the order in which the individual path points are numbered. Or would it be easier just to have two pre-made paths? Are we going to get confused by like when it's reversed and when it's not? I really don't want to reverse the path, I just kind of want the humans to walk it in the reverse order. If that's possible. Start, okay, that makes sense, right? Path start. Path portal. Why are there a bunch of things called PT already? Is that what particles are called or something? Oh boy. Yes, it is. Frick. Okay, we can't call it PT. stop. Absolute. What was that again? Absolute path or relative to its current position. It would be relative. Okay. So we end the current path that they were on, and then we start them on this new path. We will need to reset path position to 0, I assume. I just want to say I apologize if I don't know, I feel like I might be coming across as very sort of grumpy or annoyed today, but I've just got a lot of stuff going on, and it's tough. But I appreciate you being here. Okay. Totally deleted too much stuff there. Okay. So once they reach the portal, they should end their current path, reset their path position, and start on this new path that we just created, and change states. Inside is true. That's really just so that they can't be attacked once they get on the portal steps, because that would mess things up. And then they enter the state, this state, stasis, and when they reach the end of that path, this one, they get added to the entered humans list. Speed and direction's not so important anymore, is it? More like, we would want to, I suppose, end the path and reset the path position again. Maybe. I'm not sure that's really necessary. We are going to want them to path out the other side again. So, maybe. Image alpha 0 so they disappear. Clear their target. There's not really any reason to do that. Clear it there, why not? Okay, alright, just gotta put these burgers in the oven, I'll be right back. those 10 minutes and should be good to go. Yes, this will be interesting to see. I think I'll do like I'll actually rename that enter, duplicate it, exit, and then can I just like reverse the order of the points or something? Reverse. Hey. I think that was it. Cool. And then, so now, upon exit, well, we got to get the position correct to begin with. That's going to be a little bit tricky, maybe. If we use this grid, it might help. Get it to look how it looks in game. So this is where they path to when they're entering the portal, I think. And then when they're exiting the portal, where are they? I don't know. Somewhere around here. I feel like. What is that? That's how big this thing actually is. Things are not... the way that I've got it right now is that they're not aligned to the grid, but I mean they can't be if we want it to appear like they're in the middle. It's 256152. 256152. $160 plus 8. Oh no, it's going down. 152 is correct then. So what was it? 256152. Hopefully that's correct. Well, actually, how does that help me? It doesn't really, because we're modifying. Actually, what I need to do is like subtract. That's 32, 48 to there. 256 minus 48. But it depends where the origin point is. Where's the origin point? Oh, origin point's all the way down there. Okay, we need to go based off of that then. 16. So that's 16 and 376. So 256 minus 16. 240. Plus 240. And then what was it? 2... I can't remember. 152 minus 8. 144. Wait, no. Four. -4 -152 232 -8 224. I think it's like Y -224. Okay, maybe that gets us the right position. I'm not entirely sure. And then when they exit portal, so we need them. We do want them to reappear, but then we want them to. We don't want them to return to idle until they've like walked this path, basically. So action time greater than or equal to 1. Position equal to 1. I'm not quite sure, like, this might be bad for saving and loading. How do we get them back onto this path? You save and load. I guess we'll worry about that after we've gotten the basic functionality working. I've never done that. I don't think I've ever tried saving and loading a path, or saving and loading somebody back onto a path. Usually it's all just recalculated, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. So... yeah, maybe I will just keep it grouped together. Okay, so action time of greater than or equal to 1, reappear in maybe both of those. We'll have to figure it out for entered. I don't know. For now, I'll just make it so those reset when they get to the end of the path. Image, so they reappear. Well, you know what? Maybe they shouldn't. What? Well, that's problematic for getting the portal to close again at the right time. Is it being removed from that list now? Then, yeah, I guess we do have to do that at the same time. But inside shouldn't be set to false again until they reach the end of the path, because that's consistent with how it works when they're entering the portal. So, delete them from here. Start pathing, and then when they get to the end of the path, that's when we put them back to idle, finally. Okay. Well, hopefully that all works. We're going to have to test it after the break. I'll be back in probably about an hour's time. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you in a little bit. Howdy, folks. Okay, let's see if this worked. Interesting. They're going very slowly. What the? I think they might be going at 2% speed. When I set the speed of the path to 2 instead of 100, that might be 2%. Can still speed them up, time scale. I suppose the question is, what happens on the other side? Sure what's going on there. Oh, I thought I might have put them on the wrong path, you know.
Hello, it's Alexander, and in this short tutorial I will show you how I produce meditative music with solfeggio frequencies and binaural beats. We'll get into more details of music production, and I will show which chords and tuning can be used for pain relief music. Let's begin. First, we'll start with the sine wave with a frequency of 174 Hz, which is known to have pain relief effect on a human body. This will be the root frequency of the track, and I will pan it to the left channel. Then we'll add another sine wave with a frequency of 176 Hz and
Okay, that looks a bit better. Seems like the path is in the right place too. Why are they still going over there? Okay. Running the correct path would help. So why are they not returning to idle when they reach path position 1? depth is kind of messed up, but seems to be working for the most part. It's just that they are not returning to idle at the end of that path. Why is that? So it doesn't think that they've made it to path position 1? Didn't seem too bad, actually. Thought loading might mess up the pathing. Okay, still not working. Range. Huh. So it is at 1. What's the problem then? Oh. Haha, because they're not on this list anymore. Okay. Should be good now. Gotta saw the depth out, obviously. But there we go. Looking quite nice, and we're getting attacked by a bear. Could be a little bit tricky if, like, all of your guards enter the portal last and you're waiting for them to come out whilst everyone else is being attacked. Yeah, that could be quite bad. So why is the depth okay when they're entering the portal, but not when they're exiting it? There's probably something. Aha. Don't ask me why on earth we're doing it like this instead of just... Well, I mean, we'd still kind of have to disable this code if we were going to do it in the state. So, yeah. Exit portal. There we go. Okay. Sure. I guess if it works for entering the portal, it will work for exiting the portal. And that is it. That's pretty much it. So the next thing is like whether we want them to have this migrating state. Which I'm not too sure about, to be honest with you, because it's almost guaranteed. It's very likely that by the time they've entered the portal, they're going to be thirsty. So the first thing they're going to want to do when they exit the portal is get something to drink. But then again, it is true that when entering the portal, they will ignore their needs. They will ignore their needs whilst traveling to the portal. So maybe it could be the same. Whoa, okay, that's a bit weird. How they appear in front of the tree like that. And we're getting attacked again. Oh boy. I think they need to like I was saying before, I think they need to exit the portal at about twice the rate. Half the rate? Twice the rate? Okay, so... yeah, I can justify it because they ignore their needs whilst traveling to the portal, so it's not too much of a stretch to say that they also ignore their needs whilst traveling to the new camp. I think we could do that. So, we're going to add another state. State migrate. And we're going to need to copy a bit of code from wandering is probably the best bet. Just spawn a random waypoint somewhere in the camp to walk to. Waypoint regular obelisk 20. Yeah, don't think we'll do the age related movement speed. So we could either just give them one chance at this, and if they get interrupted by something, then that's it, it's over. We let the regular behavior resume. Or we could flag them as like migrating and force them to continually try to migrate to the camp until they reach it. You know, because they might get attacked and they run away or something, but then when the combat is over, then they continue migrating. Because what would happen normally is like they would get attacked, then the combat would end, and then they would be thirsty or something, so then they would start traveling to the stream. It is true when performing Exodus, but that, I mean, it's not a flag, but when they're actually traveling to the portal to go to the next level, if they get attacked, they'll run away, and then when the combat ends, they'll continue traveling to the portal. So if we want like consistent behavior, then yeah, that's what they should do. Okay, I think we're gonna do that. So it's funny because the deer already have a migrating flag, and now the humans are going to have one too. Which does mean this also needs to be added to state conditions. We're on a big sequence chain, so I guess most of this stuff is inherited, and we can guarantee that there's no waypoint in existence. Spawn a new waypoint, target it, state, name, migrating, and state equals state migrate. So we go directly from this, and the thing I like about that is there's no like waiting for the wandering timer, which has a bit of like randomness, so they will all just go like that. So we'll get that nice conga line. Will be preserved. But we need to add it to the state conditions, and we need to add the flag, right? And we need to save and load that. True. There we go. So migrate's true, and then state conditions. Let me just copy and paste the wandering state, basically. It's going to be near the top because it's going to be high priority. The only thing that will precede it is like combat related stuff, basically. So if we look at Exodus, bleeding, that also includes healing, cold and hot. These are the only things, basically only life-threatening stuff will interrupt it. But seeing as you've just entered a new map, there's likely no campfire yet. There's no tents yet. But I think, again, because we want consistency, we'll put these in as well. Healing. Don't know why, but I want to just. Okay, drowning, burning, attack, defend, healing. I mean, I guess so. There's Exodus. Okay, so basically put it like. Put it with this one. Maybe put it like. Put it after this one. This one is just based on when there is an active portal, which is quite nice. And this one is going to be based on like a local flag. Oh boy, this really needs reformatting. Extinguishing fires. Interesting. Extinguishing fires is lower priority than migration because it's like, oh, we're abandoning that camp. But that decision was made before you could return to the previous map. So maybe they should actually put the fires out before they leave. And what if there's a human on fire? Right. Okay, so actually Exodus should be lower priority than extinguishing fires. This will literally just be if migrate equals true, right? True. Whoa. And then these ones. Jesus Christ. Have I gone too far? What the fuck is all this? Water barrier, extinguish fires. Holy moly. I dare say we could delete some of these comments now. What is this? I don't think we need this anymore. Looks like some old extinguishing code. I don't know. Progenitor birth. Interesting. Jeez, yeah, because I mean, if they're going into labor, you don't really get a choice about that. So yeah, going into labor should probably be higher priority than Exodus as well. Well, I suppose there's nothing that would break them out of Exodus to go into labor. So, no. Probably do want that to be lower priority. But if something's on fire, because that could be a human that's on fire as well, and we don't just want to let them burn to death. That would not be good. So I think we put this stuff here. Progenitor. I always want to say progenitor, which I'm pretty sure is not a word. Okay, migrate. If migrate is true, and then we just need to make sure that, well, if they get interrupted, then we'll destroy the waypoint and create a new one. And then basically in the migration state, I think I might need a vape, dude. This headache is killing me. The migration state, path position 1, migrate false. So that means they've actually made it to camp finally. Yeah. That's it. So, when they emerge from the portal now, they should come down the stairs and then start migrating to camp. Oh, I forgot to put those interrupts in there. Boom. There's no that one. processing, it's not. It doesn't make a big difference, but. If you save the game before you go through the portal, and then load back into the previous level and go through the portal again, you'll wind up in a different level. There's no way for me to... Well, I mean, saving and loading the seed is supposed to kind of fix that, I guess, but it doesn't. I don't know what's wrong with it. Well, it seems that we're being attacked by a moose immediately, which is not going to help. We don't have any guards or anything. Well, we can still see... Yeah, we can see that they are migrating. The ones that are not being attacked by a moose are migrating. We'll just let those ones die. And we'll see how many actually make it to camp. So, as you can see, they are hungry. Well, this one's thirsty. That's a good example. He's probably going to die of thirst before he even gets there. Maybe. Oh my god, another moose attacking us. Yeah, this is... Normally you would have some guards and some hunters and stuff, right, when you go through the portal. That's just because I was testing it. Why is this one wandering? Okay, that's concerning. Why are you wandering? Wandering. Traveling to Monolith. Traveling to Stream. Yeah, somehow they broke out of, like, the migrating. Did I ever actually flag them as, yeah, migrate true? If migrate is true, then they should... Let's see. Is this might be inside of something else that it's not supposed to be, like only water bearers do this or something, I don't know. Nope. Oh. Migrating is 0. Why is that? Reset path position. Okay, because we go from... My bad. My bad. Okay. So actually they would have gone from exit portal to migrate without resetting path position, so then this would have triggered immediately, setting this back to false and setting them to idle. Yes. Sure, begs the question, how were they migrating at all? No, but let's see what this does. There do seem to be some invisible humans moving around there. Still 0. Why? What is it? Oh, no. I did this in the wrong place. There we go. One of them wasn't invisible, one of them was. I don't know what's up with them. I guess I don't save and load path position. Or I'm loading them back into that state and they're doing something. Migrating, they're being attacked by a moose, and another moose. If they can get away from the moose, they should start migrating. Oh jeez. Not looking good. you see, they start migrating. If I can, well, I could help move them closer. This guy can actually make it to camp, then he should stop migrating, and migrating should be set to 0. There we go. Okay. Cool. So when I'm loading the save, I'm loading some of them. Well, first of all, let's make sure that we save and load our new migrating state. Isn't it funny how at the end of the day, love is the only really important thing? Nothing else actually matters or comes close to experiencing love. We save and load that state, but if we're saving and loading the... well, that would be stasis? Stasis. This one. And I guess... we do save path position. Huh. I don't think we're supposed to be. I don't think we need to do that. Because I think... we basically just do pathing stuff here anyway. Assuming that state does not equal old state. Actually save old state, so it would just be reset to default, which I think is idle. Yeah. Begs the question, how do they do anything in the first place? Because they change the state upon leaving idle. Gotcha. Right. Okay. So... Stasis. If we... Oh, we are clearing their target there. Okay, well then I don't know what's going on. Them back into stasis and they're not at path position 1. I don't know how it's even working at all at the minute. If they're in stasis, if they're going up the portal stairs and you save and load the game, there's nothing to make them like continue entering the portal. So I don't know how they're doing that. It's quite mysterious. That's what I expected. Right, they're just stuck. Okay. We're saving and loading their path position, and those paths are predetermined. So, we might be able to get them back onto the path in that case. Well, I think so. If we just... Specifically, if we're loading them into that state, start them upon this path again, but load their old path position, then that should be fine. I don't know which one's which now. I think it's exit, isn't it? Absolute. So this is the thing, though. You want the path position to start from their position. Unless we first set their position to be the origin point of the portal, which may be what we have to do. do that, portal, enter. Okay, let's see what that does. That crashes the game. Unable to find instance for object. Portal exit. Because the humans... Why is that? The humans are being loaded before the portal, so it's an order of operations thing. We need to make sure that all of the constructs get loaded before the humans. I think we are loading from the bottom of the save file, and the humans are the last thing that we save, so they're getting loaded first. So we just gotta flip it around, which means my save file will be borked, but we can make a new one. In fact, I gotta delete that old save file that I backed up earlier, as it's not gonna be any good anymore. Well, I mean, it's whatever. It's only in this particular scenario, really, that it's a problem, right? But... so we need to save... Could it be time to reformat this? I think I'm gonna do it. guess everything else has been working kind of fine. It's only really these two that we need to move. Jesus Christ, dude. What's wrong with my eyes are watering. Freaking head is killing me. Be getting better today, but this is getting worse, if anything. Where did they go? They're just not there. Where are they? It's possible that it's just delta time compensation causing them to kind of lag spike their way into the portal. I mean, it worked, so I guess they're in there. Probably what it is. Okay. Well, it works, I guess. I mean, you might not be able to see it, but it works. What happens if I do it on this side? Oh, that was weird. Oh, yeah, that's... No, I don't think we can do that. Oh my god. They're going back in. Where are they going? Okay, that's fucked. these the wrong way round? Oh, fuck. It's confusing because they're entering the exit portal and they're exiting the entrance portal. It's... Okay, so they're entering when they're going in, and they're exiting when they're coming out. Okay, well maybe that will make some sort of a difference. Do a new game again. Where's the fourth one? There it is. Okay. Really, I need to save like as soon as the first one hits the bottom step to give the maximum length of path to maybe, just maybe, catch them before they enter the portal. Go, go, go. Here we go. First one. Saving. Loading. Hey. That's what I'm talking about. Save when that one hits the stairs. Load. Okay, there's a little bit jank. They don't seem to be in quite the right place. Oh yeah, because it's not the origin point. It's actually the entrance point. I can fix that. I can fix it. It's like... I think it's literally like one cell to the right and one cell up from the origin point. Actually. Oh, plus I shouldn't be setting them to the origin point on the way out. I shouldn't be setting them to the origin point on the way in. I should be setting them to the point. The place up on top of the platform there. Right. Which... So, I think for this one, it's like... plus... cell width minus cell height. Let's check that. There's the origin. 1, 1. Yeah. Perfect. And then for the other one, I already have these numbers somewhere else in the relocate script. 240 and 224. Plus 240 minus 224. Plus 240 minus 224. Okay. So that should be good now. I suppose I could have just loaded my old save. I better grab something to drink anyway. I'll be right back. I think we may have cracked the code. Is this the last thing I needed to do for all of this stuff? As long as I'm saving and loading the migration state, which I think I am. I know I'm saving and loading the migration flag. I think I'm saving the state. bit too early there. There we go. Loading. Nope, it's still in the wrong place. Why is that? Saving. Loading. Oh, that one seemed to be correct. Maybe. I can't really tell. Saving. Loading. Wait, where did they even go? I don't know where they went. Maybe I screwed this up, I don't know. Oh, okay, that breaks the game. Okay, interesting. Sure how to prevent that. Did I do something wrong? Exit portal, stasis. I mean, that's the best I've got, really. I don't know what else I can do. I could try compiling with YYC, so maybe it runs a bit faster, and then we see what it does. Maybe I'll do that. This is my last ditch effort, I think. Failed to compile. You gotta be fucking kidding me. What is it now? Block nested too deeply. Scripts. What is it? Object save key press. 116. What is that? Key press. F5. Well, all I did was swap the order around, right? What's wrong with it? Or did I mess something up? No? I mean, I guess... Yeah, but it compiled... Oh yeah, but I was compiling with... Okay, so I did increase the length of this. This is probably too long. Fuck. I can just turn it into a function, I think, and then it'll be fine. Let's see if I can put a dent in this headache. if you run a function inside of a with, then it's going to be run, okay, on the calling instance, I guess. Too many windows open still. If state is not equal now, of course. Surface argument 1. Pause draw 77 line 16. Post draw 77. No. I don't think I get this error if I run with virtual machine. This is the kind of thing that can go wrong. Doing anything new is inherently dangerous. It's okay. No error. This is exclusive to YYC. It really doesn't help. No error this time. Lagging to shit though. It might smooth out, or my PC might be done for the day. It's not liking. It's actually, it might come back. Not liking when I compile with YYC. I think because I'm streaming at the same time. I think what I need to do is get a new GPU. I mean, it can't really be... Well, maybe the PC is just sort of overheating. I also need to clean the PC. It doesn't seem that bad. I fail to see how it could be overheating. I think if I was encoding on a GPU, I'd be okay. Plus, that might actually improve my performance in Quake. I've always gotten these... Here he goes. With the excuses, I've always gotten these weird lags in Quake. It's like... It's almost like every other level. It seems to happen when I'm loading into a map, and then I'll just get these lags for like that whole map, and then it will smooth out again in the next one. It's really strange. Jesus Christ, dude, yeah, my frame rate is not looking good right now. Oh my god. I gotta restart the PC. Oof. Ugh, I'm not gonna be able to test anything. I'm like testing a visual thing. You gotta be kidding me. Is this PC even going to survive to the end of development? That would seriously jeopardize things, to be honest with you, but no. If the PC blows up before I finish developing the game, then I'll have experienced everything. I'll have experienced everything by the time this game's done. Okay, well, I guess I'm